Okay guys, good morning. Right, so I'm working on today. Finished off the pirate dude yesterday. Today we're going to be doing, how do we say it, a Sahugin priestess. So kind of fish people, I suppose. Lack of a better phrase. Grab the description of her first. So she appears in the Elsong Tavern in Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. Just find the description of her. Right. A Sahugin priestess named Ashala. Morning, Bunker. How you doing, mate? Wears a cloak made of fishing nets. Okay, not a lot more to go on there. Well, I got some of the stuff I needed to do done yesterday. I fitted all the locks and everything on the door and the door handles and stuff. But the plasterboards on the inside are a pain in the ass. They're because the roof tapers off. I can't stand the boards up, so I can't put an entire board up in one go. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to split the boards in half, fold them, and put them up. But if I'm clever about it, what I might be able to do is score the back, snap the board but leave the paper on the front intact, and then stand the board up, fix the bottom in place, and then fold the top flap up so that it stands upright. Sounds like a mess around, but I'm going to give that a go before I actually resort to actually physically chopping it in half and then having to deal with the seam. So we'll see. But I'm on school pickups today because Hayley's got her staff meeting, so she won't be home until like on 5, so run till about 2-ish, give or take. Give me a bit of time to do what I need to do later, and then go and get the nippers. It's getting cold again. Okay, so right, I have an idea. Basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to go something along the lines of this character from the Dragon Prince. I quite like the design of this one, looking a bit goblin-y, so let's shrink it down a touch. It's a Sagging Priestess stat profile. Bit of spell casting, bite and claws. That's it. So there's no kind of like, there's no special. Right, just while I'm thinking about it as well, guys, I won't be doing a stream tomorrow. Basically, it's my sister's birthday. And I need to go over and basically just pop and see her. Morning, Mark. How you doing, mate? Yeah, no worries, mate. You get some sleep. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello, at least. Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll be on till about 2 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock now, so I'm on for about another 4 hours or so. So. You get some rest, mate. The chat's on the screen. It's just got to catch my eye. Thanks, Bunker, though. Appreciate you, mate. Get some What the Forge, good morning, how are you? Gill type design on the legs. Now this bit might be overkill now, but we'll see. Hey Aid, how you doing? You keeping well, mate? You doing? Waiting for Christmas holiday? You're like literally waiting for it to start, or you're waiting to find out what you can have off? I know that always used to be the I think when I used to work in an office was like waiting for everyone to get their Christmas holiday bookings in. Is that your bunny character one? The bunny girl? End of head. Are you animated then? Are you doing a reel for her, weren't you, or something like that? Like a little showcase reel. relatively happy with that. I'll stick with that. Right, now the description says nothing about this character, really, other than she has a cloak made out of fishnets. Fishing nets, sorry, not fishnets. That's two totally different things, isn't it? So I'm gonna put her a stoop. She's a priestess, I'll give her some kind of staff or something. What the hell happened there with the neck? You should rig her into a, you know, the Mixamo character builder things. Just put her into Mixamo and put a, you know, like a little breathing kind of idle animation for a character. So like, you know, a bit of a head turn, you know, just pivot of the waist kind of thing, just to have a little look around. I think they have a few stock animations that you can use, so that would be quite a nice way of displaying them. Now I'm going to give her a tail. Yeah, what I've seen it's alright. I say I've not really used it myself, but that's the nature of the way I work, isn't it? You know what I mean? I've never got clean enough topology to really rig mine unless I'm gonna spend a load of time doing a second pass on it. Well, there's another one as well. I can't remember what it's called, but there's I saw it a while ago, and it was another similar kind of thing to Mixamo Arena, basically. Since you've been working a bit, getting better at them, starting to feel more comfortable with the 2D part of the process. You want to start modelling figurines beginning of January. You start to pivot towards bigger things like models, 10-inch display figurines and stuff. Fair enough. To be honest, there seems to be a lot of them out there at the moment, which does imply there's a market for them. But obviously, you just got to be mindful there's also a lot out there. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. The mini market is just insane at the moment. It's not even funny. So I think the key for the big figures is you've got to be able to key them and petition them properly. You can't just make a massive figure and just go, here it is, go. You've got to be able to kind of, like, the skill isn't just in sculpting it. The skill is in figuring out how you're going to like chunk it up and part it up. How many pieces it's going to be, how are they going to fit back together again. And then also you're going to probably have to create some kind of like instruction manual for it, depending on how complicated it is. I mean, packing them in a box is one thing. It depends how you're selling them. Like if you want to sell them as a physical figurine and you want to obviously do that, then obviously the parts have got to be flat enough that you can get them into a box. You don't want any like really like complicated bits. But it's more about kind of like as you're building it, there'll be certain things that you'll stick together. Like you've got to hide the joints as well. You don't want to just cut the leg off halfway through. I hate it when I see that. You see people have kind of like, there's just a cut in the middle of a leg and a key in a socket, because then you've got a join there and you've got to fix the join. And the thing is, not everybody is competent and capable of fixing a join properly. As a hobbyist, you should develop those skills, and it is something you want to be able to work on, but you should never take it as a given. Because I think a lot of the people who get these things, they're not necessarily hobbyists, they're just, you know, they're enthusiasts and whatever. They just like the models. So you want to make sure that you hide the joins. So say you've got like a sleeve and the arm's protruding out of the sleeve. You want to cut the arm off so it's like the cut is halfway up the sleeve, and then hollow the sleeve out and have the socket inside the sleeve so it's like it's not visible, the join's not visible. It's things like that, you know, like you'd have like a cuff or a bangle or something like that, and again, don't cut it flush to the surface and have the joint at the surface. Have the joint halfway inside the cuff so that the actual physical joint is hidden. And those kind of things will help you to kind of basically just get it looking nice. What you want to do is you want to be able to kind of like do an assembly job on it, and without any filling or anything else, photograph it and have it look amazing. I'm so tempted to go old Greg on this thing. That's it. It's one thing you won't have to worry about, unless you go down the route of deciding you want to offer them in multiple poses and stuff, but I find that unnecessary. I just don't give people the option. If you give them the option, you'll spoil them and they'll expect it, and then you have to do, you're making a rod for your own back, then you've got to do it all the time. It's a Sayugin priestess, so like fish lady. A bit like Zora from Zelda. The older ones. Have a look at what you just sent them. God, you re-topoing that? Let me show you what he's talking about. Here we go. Yeah, rather you than me, man. Yeah, I don't fancy doing that at all. Freddy Freaker? Don't know what that is, dude. I was tempted to go old Greg, so... Freddy Freak, let's have a look. Oh god, that thing's creepy, isn't it? See what you mean, though. There's the big round eyes, wasn't it, in the head? The weird ears. I feel like I want this to look like a guppy's tail or something like that. Oh dear. I don't know why that clay brush always comes on with I don't know if anybody else has it when you're using Zbrush, but like the clay brush always comes in with colour. It always throws me when I'm using it. I use it for like smoothing sometimes, just doing like minor details where I don't want to add the texture to it. I don't use it often enough to remember to check the colour. Right, now these bits, let me just get what do we call them? What's these? What are these? Fighting fish. Siamese fighting fish, that's the ones. There you go. Something like that on the ears, I think. Right, Aid, let's discuss this because this is something me and Max and a few other people talk about very often. So I've had this chat with Andy at Footsore and Barron's Wall quite a bit. Chatted to Max about it. I've talked about it on stream a couple of times as well. If you create an STL file, you release it into public and you sell it, it is going to get stolen. It is going to end up on a Telegram channel, being distributed and shared around and sold, where some other bugger's going to make some money out of it. It is going to end up on Etsy being sold illicitly. It's going to get scammed. It's going to get passed around. It is an occupational hazard. You can't get around it. And unfortunately, there's absolutely nothing any of us can do to stop it from happening other than not support them, not buy or pick up the stolen stuff, basically. However, that said, there's an awful lot of people out there who are less than moral when it comes to the thing, and all they want to know is about they want to get as much as they can for as little as they can, and they don't care where it comes from or who they're hurting in the process of doing it. So I don't think a lot of them see that there's I'm buying a digital file from somebody, it's illegal, but it's not hurting anyone. However, I know, as an independent artist, it's money out of your pocket. Kind of. The reality is the people who steal the files will never become a customer in the first place. They're not the kind of people who are going to come and buy a file legitimately. So Are you really losing out on money? No. Is it nice to have your stuff stolen and sold without your permission? Obviously not. The only thing you can do, like you say, is to cut out the STL side of things, sell it physically. Now you can do that very easily using Shop 3D. You set yourself up a Shopify store or a Wix store or a WooCommerce shop. Set yourself up a little page with some stuff on there, and then you go off and get some products loaded in to Shop 3D, get a price fixed to it, material, products, etc. Set all your shipping costs in line with Shop 3D's shipping pricing, and sell basically. And then when you publish the products from Shop 3D to your Shopify or WooCommerce store, the customers come along and they buy directly from you. You make the sale, you get the money for the sale, including the shipping and everything else. Shop 3D collect the order from you automatically, and they'll print the model, ship it directly to the customer when it's ready, and then bill you for the production side of things plus the VAT. So the thing is going to sting you there is if you're not VAT registered, you are going to be paying 20% extra on everything. So you need to factor that into your pricing. Now the other alternative is, let me just find it. onlygames.co. So onlygames.co is Shop 3D's shopfront. It's part of My Mini Factory. My Mini Factory will basically take the models. They'll give you a little page. Let me just go and find. I'm just going to click on any one of these, right? So let's look at one-page rules here, yeah? So one-page rules have her own page. They've got filters on the side. I've got my own page as well, but I'm going to actually get to it. So you can see here they're selling pretty reasonable price actually. 34 models for 78 quid. Right. So these are obviously proxy stand-ins for the new, well, possibly for Age of Sigmar. Probably Age of Sigmar, to be fair. So you get all those models for £78. Obviously what happens is, in this case, it works exactly the same as you setting up your own store and selling the product, with the difference being that in... Hang on a second. Looks like my music stopped. Why is my music stopped? Oh, we're back now. Right, so the difference being here that you publish your stuff to your Only Games storefront. So you have your own store page here. You see it says shipped in 10 working days, royalties paid to creator. So you set the price here, knowing how much profit you're going to make at the back end. So if I show you the Shop 3D, I would also say, though, I wouldn't even entertain casting. I'll go into that one in a minute. Why? So here we go. So we go into the products. We go Baldrius the Cambion. Okay, so we've got him loaded. So Shop 3D are charging me £2.64 to print Baldrius. Platform price is £10.80. which is the price on only games. What it should do, it should give me platform profit. There you go, edit price. So if I publish this to only games by clicking publish to only games, it's already on there by the way. I'll click on that, publish to only games. It goes on to only games priced at £10.80, and I get paid £7.08 every time. There you go, it's platform price minus the shop 3D cost minus 10% of the platform cost. So they do charge a little bit more, but they're not charging you VAT. So you go into your on only games, you go into your only games control panel, and you'll be able to kind of just see how many sales you've had, how much you've made, etc, etc. Yeah, they're not selling STLs, they are printing on demand, so there's no risk that any of your stuff's going out in public. It's purely a printing service that means you don't have to get your hands dirty. And because you've got this shop front, what you can do is, instead of even setting your own website up, you can just use this link and take the link to your shop front. So again, let's go and just click on the one page rules thing. So you can see onlygames.co collections / one page rules. So you use that to market yourself, and then anytime you're sending people to you, you're sending them to your storefront here. They come here, buy the models from your store, and then you can just keep an eye on it and keep tabs on it. The alternative is to do what we do, where you set your own website up, load it with products, and then you do the printing. So for me, I've got my printers in my print room now. Those printers, anytime anybody orders anything from me, I grab the STL files, chuck them on the slicer, pop it onto the printer, run the print off, get them sent out to the customers as soon as we can. So it's down to me then to print that model and make sure that it's as good as it can be. Now, the reason I wouldn't get into moulding and casting is because A, it's a skill set that's not easy to master. There is right, so on Heresy Miniatures, is this the link I'm looking for? Yeah, everything needs to be cut up for casting. So you've got to allow for undercuts and everything else. So you're going to have to do loads and loads and loads of modifications to the models, right? Now, this one here is a lesson in kind of breaking yourself. So this model here, Andy made Heresy Miniatures, and you can see it's a massive dragon. Now that's not uncommon these days because we've got STL files and 3D printing and stuff, but this is before anybody had STL files, before anybody was doing 3D printing. This is a hand sculpted massive dragon, and he decided to set out and make this thing back in 2008, and it took years and years and years and years for him to do it. And basically the problem was he had somebody come to do the casting for him. They let him down. Rather than outsource it a second time, he basically then took the stuff and went, I'm going to just teach myself how to resin cast. And it basically caused him massive drama, because although he was experienced as a mould maker for metal, he hadn't done resin before, and it was different. And what was happening is he was doing pieces, and then when they were coming out, they didn't fit. Like we've got these imperfect grey dragons. He basically made so many dragons that weren't right. Like there's issues with them. and he ends up having to sell imperfect grade things at a fraction of the price. So you see 350 quid for the full dragon in its you know, perfect state. You're selling them at £235 with the imperfections, because he's got so many of them that he's, you know, it's either throw them away or take a hit on them. But if you've got any modelling abilities and stuff, you can fix them. Second thing is obviously you have mould lines, which you don't get on STL file. On 3D prints. You get the mould lines, which obviously you have to then clean up and sort out. But there's, I don't even know if it's still live or not. But he put an amazing post up, which basically just detailed the complete chaos that he went through to try and get this thing done. And ultimately he ended up remortgaging his house, losing his house and having to move into a rental. Like, it cost him so much money having to try to sink the time in to learn to do this and get it right. He would have just been better off just getting somebody as a contract caster to do it for him. But I think he made a few daft decisions early doors where he committed to the price of the product and took pre-orders before he knew how much it was actually going to cost him, and then it obviously ended up costing him an awful lot more because of all of the errors and the mistakes and everything else that went on. So don't go down the route of resin casting. If you're gonna do resin casting, go and speak to CMA, a chap called Louis Downs. Very, very professional, very, very high quality, not cheap at all, but worth its weight in gold, and you know you're getting the best products on the market then as well if you're going to go down that route. So don't ever try and just go, I'm going to learn how to resin cast and do that. For me, personally, you'll make the most money 3D printing to order yourself, because the models cost, even if you use a premium resin, they're going to cost you 5p a gram, give or take. Let me just weigh my Ifrit model, because he's a big chunk of a guy. Ifrit weighs in at just under 100 grams, so he's going to cost like a £5 to produce. In my web store, I think we sell them at 35 quid. So, you know, it's a good margin, it's a good markup on there. If I find him on my Only Game store, they're charging me £22 to produce him. So we're still selling him at the same price, but obviously I'm making, what's that, £17 less selling him through Shop 3D. So yeah, it's just one of those things where, do you want to deal with the mess yourself, or do you want to just have an easy life and just have a passive income and let people do the work for you? And then all you've got to worry about is the sculpting side of things. So there we go. A little bit of a tangent, but I'm always happy to go down to that kind of stuff. Give you a little bit of an insight, because I've been there, I've done it, I've researched extensively, I've made the mistakes. If you guys can learn from that and benefit from my experience, good and bad, then it's a worthwhile mistake. Yeah, so again, let me just quickly show you the one I've just purchased, because it's amazing and I love it. And I really rate it as a printer. And I never thought I'd say this, but you know, the Elegoo printers as well. I've been a kind of the antithesis of Elegoo for a while now. I've really not liked the print plate on them basically, but they've changed it on this one now. You got a Saturn 12 Ultra. Is that a new one? Yeah. Is that this one? Same. The Saturn 3, oh, the red one. Oh, the Saturn 3 12K. Yeah, so the Saturn 3 Ultra, it's still 12K, but they've fixed all the stupid shit that I don't like about Elegoo printers. So it's a little bit more expensive than the red one. But the build plate has got and they don't show it, which is really frustrating. You can just about see it in there. It's got like the big top screw, a mounting unit, and then it's got like the 4 screws. Hasn't got the stupid ball joint pivot thing that the build plates usually have. It's got a Wi-Fi antenna on the side, so you can use their software slicer. Hey, yeah, how you doing? You can use their software slicer. You can send prints directly to the printer without having to use a USB stick. But the print quality is amazing on it. Build plate is pretty big, and it uses that stupid what's it called, ACF film, so you can print faster if that's your jam. Personally, I'd rather just print at normal speed and just use the NFEP, the PFA. So I've got a load of sheets of that, so when my 12K resolution's bullshit for the most part, yeah. We've talked about it loads of times. It's all down to the pixel size. It only matters on bigger printers. So on this one here, because it's a 10-inch printer, you've got a 12K resolution. It still works out that I'm trying to see if I've even got any details on it. It looks like it's missed. This is like really kind of thin on the ground as far as information goes. Oh no, here it is, sorry. So your build platform is 220 by 120 roughly, give or take. Pixel size, 12K equates to a pixel size of, now the rectangular pixels on this, which I'm not sure how that really affects it, but 19 microns by 24 microns. So let's take 24 microns as the kind of the larger unit there. That's roughly equivalent to like a smaller, like a 6-inch 8K printer, which is fine. But all you ever really need is less than 35 microns. So as long as the number is 35 microns or lower, for any miniatures or anything like jewellery wise and stuff, it's all you really need. GK2, yeah, GK2 is still, so I mean, I speak to Ross regularly. He recommended the Saturn 3 Ultra to me as like his, basically it's his favourite printer aside from the GK2. The reason he likes the GK2 is because it's got the heated bed. It's got a real simple self-leveling build plate kind of arrangement and stuff. There is a lot to like about GK2, but it's a lot more expensive as well. So like for the price of one GK2, you can kind of get 2 of these Saturn 3s. But if you're only going to buy one printer, get a GK2. If you want a dozen printers, get the Saturn 3 Ultras. All Saturn 3s, I mean, as Adi says, if you can live with the build plate, if you're not, you know, I've had some bad experiences with those build plates. They really put me off. But the printer itself is the same. The quality you're going to get off them is no different. It's just the user experience is what changes. For me, it's I've had those build plates because they're on a ball joint. I've had the build plates fail mid print. So in a 3D printing situation where there's already a dozen variables or more that can cause a print to fail, by adding an Elegoo standard build plate with a spring-loaded ball joint, you're adding an additional point of failure, which doesn't need to exist. So, and it's very telling that when they've done their Ultra models, which are their premium versions, they've done away with that build plate design and they've changed it, and they've gone back to the 4-point screws that Anycubic, Frozen, everybody else under the sun is using. So, yeah, of course, yeah, send it away. Got a good idea to smooth or relax. Yeah, send it over. Let me have a little gander. Let's have a look. go there. Let me get your link there, Aid. What's that? This is the stuff you're working on creating concept for. Very much a style you want to get into and more comfortable with what you make. Let me have a look then. Yep, got ya. Very nice as well. I also wouldn't normally kind of recommend this, but if you're doing big statue type things, you might want to consider some like fan art type ones. Batman, Superman, Harley Quinn, those kinds of characters. Because those are the kind of things that are going to get you an audience off the starting block, aren't they? Still do some unique stuff, but yeah, it is easy to get locked into it. And the problem you'll always have with it is, so the worst case scenario you're going to get if you go down that route, bearing in mind how saturated the market is, they're not going to go after someone like yourself who's just popped up and started doing it. If they're going to go after anybody, they're going to go after the big ones who are, you know, prolific in it and they're making loads of models and selling those. So they're going to be the ones they're going to go for first and set an example. The worst case scenario is you'll get a cease and desist. And then you react to your cease and desist by removing those files from sale. Now you can still have them available as freebies. You know, still put them out as freebies. Charge a subscription service to, you know, access your files and stuff like that, and give them access to a free library. So, you know, you can still do those kinds of things. There's still ways around things. But what you don't want to do is, like, obviously, if you get a cease and desist, you've got to act on it and remove it. Now the problem is, and I've said this before, there's a guy who's literally making tons and tons and tons of Star Wars models every month, from like the Mandalorian and various other things, and they're all, you know, to go with the Shatterpoint game, not Shatterpoint, what's the other one? Star Wars Legions game. Blatantly hasn't got a license for it because he's not advertising that he has. It's an unlicensed product, it's an illegal product, but the guy is making an absolute killing on it. He's making absolute shit tons of money. Now, the problem is, at some point further down the line, Disney could come along and turn around and go, "What do you think you're playing at? You're not licensed for this. You know, cease and desist, get all of those products offline now." And he's got to literally take his entire store offline because everything he's made is Star Wars related. And that's the danger. So it's a make hay while the sun shines kind of setup. Because at some point it gets taken, pulled out from under your feet, and then you're stuffed because you can't do anything with it. So yeah, there are obvious dramas and obvious issues. Oh, nice! Yeah, that's cool. You've made a polygroup to easily make a color function. The band seems a bit wobbly. Do I know how to smooth or relax that part? The thing is, Aid, before I get onto yours, what you got to remember as well, if you go down that route and then they go, right, you're not allowed to sell any of that stuff anymore, then you've got to kind of do a U-turn and you've got to start making other things. But in the meantime, you might have made $5,000 off every model you've done, or 10 grand off them, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? You could end up doing one of these like Patreons that ends up doing, you know, 8-9 grand a month or something, because you're releasing these kinds of models and you get the number of subscribers up. So it really is a case of, you know, it's a risk, but there's so many people out there doing it, it's almost silly to not consider it. Right, yeah. Can I show this on stream? Do you want me to keep it off screen, or do you want me to just feedback, or? Okay, let me show it. So, So Yaya has been doing these awesome bangles, and I've made these fantastic look braid tools. And if I'm right, what you're saying is you've made this hand model to demonstrate them, and this is not straight. Is that right? Is that what? Yeah, it looks fantastic. You should be very proud of that. The issue is this, isn't it? That this isn't. There's bends and kinks in the braid as it goes round. Is that right? That looks fine to me. The other pick, let's have a look. I can see it, I'm not quite sure what's happening there. You've got a kind of a twist, haven't you, going on in the... You made the crease to frame mesh. Aid, have you got any ideas about the about straightening out this twisted Okay, I got you. No easy way of doing it in Zbrush. I say, unfortunately, yeah, this isn't something I normally would deal with, because I'd take that as a win. I mean, unless you can literally just use the move tool and just nudge the polys over with it, which would be probably how I would end up doing it. Yeah, I think you just want them going on straight, don't you? Yeah. Just trying to get the thing to run in a straight line. So is that curve thing there? Okay, right. So I'm reading this right. So this piece here that you've made. So this piece, you are literally using that. This isn't a feature of anything. This is what you're using to guide where your actual braids go. Do you know what? Jump onto the Discord, and post it into the 3D, the sculpting channel, because when Riz is about as well, Riz will have some ideas about that. Go into the sculpting and modelling section probably. Sculpting, modelling and modifications. pop them into there, because I say this isn't the kind of stuff I normally deal with, because you're dealing with topology and stuff here, and that's not really where I've got any real expertise, because I avoid it like the plague. But people like Aid and Riz should have a better idea of how to fix things like that. Sculpting, modelling and modifications under the miniatures bit. I'll take your word for that, Aid. Like I say, I can't I can't really kind of argue otherwise, to be honest, because like I say, I'm not well versed enough in that kind of thing. Yeah, give it a go, see how you get on, and if you don't get any joy with that, let's say pop it in the chat and on the Discord, and we'll see if anybody else wants to chip in and give you any suggestions. No worries, I wish I could have helped more, to be honest, but I think Aid saved the day on that one. Yeah, noise. Hey, are you doing your hair as like, are you using the Zbrush function for the fibre mesh kind of thing, or are you doing it as like hair cards and stuff? There we go, I like that. Looking fishy. Hey, is that the same? Is that the same link you sent twice there? Sorry, mate. Looking good. Oh, do you know what? Those shoes weird me out, man. Shoes with toes. I find them so odd. Yeah, toe shoes, man. So how long have you spent on this one then? You've been doing this for as long as we've been chatting then, yeah? March or April this year. Here's a question for you. Do you think it's more difficult trying to make a female model? It depends. I kind of think it is. I kind of think it. I find females more difficult to do. Well, in miniature, sorry. In miniature, they're more difficult to do. But the reason they're more difficult is because of people. I'll explain that in a second. Yeah, this is exactly my thinking on there, to be honest. So with a male, we can go into town with the, you know, making the face craggy. You can do different body types. You can do all that kind of stuff, and it reads well as a model. When you're dealing with a female model, you don't really have that same level of freedom, and the issue is that it needs to read as female still, and it's got to read as female on a tabletop. Boobs, exactly, mate, and this is the problem. You do over the top, you exaggerate the hips, you exaggerate the boobs, you exaggerate all the features that make a woman a woman, and then you get all of like the social justice warriors going, oh, it's not a proper representation of a real woman, you know, it's over sexualized, all this kind of stuff. And over sexualization obviously is in the eyes of the beholder, because some people get turned on by weird shit. So the problem is, at 2 foot away, a 3 centimetre tall model needs to still look like a woman, and that's really difficult to do if you don't do like hourglass proportions and all that other kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's it. But nobody ever shouts about it about the male models. They only ever do it for the females. That's what I say. You can do whatever you want with a male model, and nobody will complain or bat an eyelid. But you do the same. You do anything, even vaguely kind of what do you call it, with a female model, and you're gonna have people like bouncing off the ceiling trying to kind of throw their 2 pence in. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's not just that, is it? There's loads and loads of stuff where, you know, the male form is like idealised, and, you know, over the top muscles, chiseled jaws, all the kind of desirable features and stuff. You never find anybody kind of grumbling and groaning about it. But then again, like say with the female stuff as well, you've got like advocates on the other side. So Adam at Pagan Miniatures, as an example, his partner Sarah, she loves painting models and doing all this kind of stuff. And when she paints models, she likes to paint sexy ladies with massive boobs who are a bit over the top and over sexualized. She likes those kind of things, and she's female, but she likes doing them because it's an appealing model. You know, you don't have to look at everything and kind of go, oh, you know, there's something political here, or this is a statement about X, Y, and Z. It doesn't have to be. Do you know what I mean? You can just enjoy things, but I think these days people forget that. And obviously, I do think there are people who just enjoy complaining. Yeah, exactly. But then there's all these other ones as well, right? And I apologise if any of this comes across as contentious or anything else, right? But everybody goes on about representation, right? And they want to be represented in fantasy, and I don't understand that. I don't understand why you want a version of you to be, you know, you're creating a character and you want it to represent you. It's like, if I lived my entire life in a wheelchair, there is no hell of a chance that I would play a character in a roleplay game who was still bound to a wheelchair. And yet we've got models out there as hero characters who are in wheelchairs. Now bear in mind, this is a world where we've got magical healing and all this other kind of stuff. But it's fantasy, it's escapism, so why do you want to drag real life and your real world, all your real world issues and dramas, so why do you want to drag that into your escapism? It makes no sense to me. No, what was that, Bunker? Who was that one? Because the other thing then as well is like overweight people. Yeah, people. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't have to be realistic. It's bloody fantasy. Bunker, send me some links on that one, mate. 'Cause I don't remember it. Sorry, mate. But there was a thing a while back where somebody was talking about having, like, you know, fat-bodied adventurers and things like that because, like, they wanted better representation for different body types and stuff. But then, if you actually realistically think about it, right? If you're morbidly obese and you end up as a miniature on a table, right? You've got, like, if you're going to start introducing realism and all that kind of stuff, you know, are we going to have to, like, you know, run out of breath faster than everybody else in the middle of a fight? You're going to have to just, like, sit down and have a breather and stuff like that because you can't keep up because, you know, you're not able to do the physical exercises. Because obviously, if you were, you know, you wouldn't have the you know, this is going to sound terrible, but, like, you wouldn't necessarily have, like, the weight issues and stuff if you were physically active enough to hold your own in a fight. So, and there's all this kind of stuff, right? Which, if you start bringing reality into games, you start bringing reality into fantasy. This is where you start having issues. There was a thing I saw about. There was a DM who posted a Reddit thread about a friend of theirs had brought a vegan into the game. It was like a mutual friend, and this vegan girl, she joined in the game, and one of the players was very much into his role playing as a chef because he was a chef in real life, and he liked to do all the stuff to do with food and things, and he was the party kind of cook, and they went to a tribe and they went out hunting and caught some animals, and he, like, gutted and skinned the animals and prepared them and turned them into a meal for the tribe and all this kind of stuff. And this vegan friend got offended and upset by the whole thing because they were killing animals. Oh, God. Love it, Bunker. It's one of those kind of things, is it, though? So yeah, so, like, and this is like, the issue was, should the DM in this case make concessions for the vegan who basically then didn't want any, for some unfathomable reason, absolutely fine with, like, you know, going around killing guards and, you know, fighting bad guys and killing goblins and all that other kind of stuff. But whenever it came to the subject of actually killing an animal, it was off the cards. But I find that to be a terrible double standard as well. Like, you know, I understand, like, you know, you don't want to kind of like hurt animals and things like that as a vegan, but, or as a vegetarian even, but, you know, you then got a massive double standard if you're going around like murder hoboing every NPC you come across and stuff like that. So, and then ultimately I think the DM's solution was like, the issue was like it was real world animals. I'll wait till later to look at the video, Bunker, don't worry. The issue was it was real world animals, so, like, you know, they go kill a pig or a rabbit or whatever else, and the DM was like, so if I give you a fantasy animal, are you okay with that? And she's like, yeah, because it doesn't exist in real life. He's like, alright then, it's a dragon rabbit, or it's a dragon cow, or it's a dragon pig. And just by putting the word dragon in there, everything was fine. And it's like, well, oh, it's just screenshots of the search. Oh, right. Yeah, I see. What's the name? What's the name of the girl you're looking for? So the whole thing was propaganda, was it, basically, is what you're saying? A bit of marketing ready for a new product launch. Stands to reason, I suppose, doesn't it? But yeah, this idea of representing yourself in a game, I just find it baffling. But there was something of, who was it now? Got a while ago now. Somebody was saying about it, and it was like if you're going to bring a fat character onto the tabletop, and you roll a critical one for like some agility roll or something like that, I'm going to make you have a heart attack and keel over. It was like those kinds of things. Like, you want realism in your games, we're going to give it to you. And obviously it's harsh, but take the good with the bad. No, that's just wrong, isn't it? It's everything about that whole concept is just is terrible. But there's a few videos I've seen about it, and it's like, you know, they talk about body shaming and all that kind of stuff, but you know, there's still all these women out there who they only want to kind of like date a bloke who's over 6 foot tall, or you know, they're quite happy to poke fun at like short blokes and things, but you know, it's just double standards everywhere, man. Yeah, but the thing is, you know yourself, don't you? The you know, yes. All right, there's a lot of people who can't do anything about it. There's a lot of people who can and just can't be bothered. You know, and I might be being contentious now. But you can't blame all of your problems on biology, do you know what I mean? There's like lifestyle has an awful lot to do with a lot of things. Just put a little tail fin. Just save this. I keep glancing over at my wall over here, and I'm very conscious that I've put the sofa up against the wall and I've put the cabinet up against the wall now, and I haven't finished painting it or plastering it or anything else. And I need to like be really mindful here, because this is the kind of job that where it's kind of done enough that it's functional. And I need to really pull my finger at my arse and make sure that I finish the job properly. Don't leave it just half done. I don't know if the rest of you fall into that kind of trap occasionally, but it's definitely something I'm concerned about. Right. Oh, anatomy study. Most of the time when I'm sculpting, if I'm sculpting something I'm not familiar with, or body parts and stuff, I need to just double check. I tend to have reference images up on the second screen, so just to get a bit of like a bit of body thing going on. But this isn't finished yet. Don't worry about the anatomy on this one. This is just rough pose. I'm going to be putting like clothes and robes and stuff on, so you're not going to see half the body on this one, so don't need to worry about it too much. I know the back's shit. Yeah, if I know the body, if I know the anatomy is going to be visible. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it'll be robes and all sorts of robes and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, don't worry too much about any of that. This is just me posing it up and trying to get a little bit of base stuff done before I actually go in and finish it. But she's a priestess, so she's gonna have, like I say, she'll have robes on. It's gonna cover over her body and stuff like that, and the big fishing net hanging down, and yeah, stylised. That's the get out of jail free card, isn't it? No, in this case, I know there's drama issues with it and stuff like that. I just need to make sure I address them enough. But I'll get the robes on. We'll cover her over. We'll see what's still showing, and then I'll just fix whatever's left. It's one of the things with this kind of workflow is you don't want to be doing unnecessary work. Oh, Bunker sent me a YouTube link. Watch that one later, mate. Cheers, dude. Yeah, well, do you know, Aid? I did a like a one-to-one session with one of the regulars on the stream the other day, and it was a really interesting thing because I saw obviously a lot of the way he was working, and what he was doing was he was getting really bogged down in detail early on. So he's like trying to get one bit done, and he'd be up on the muscle up here, and he'd be like sculpting in all this like little detail and like pressing super light to get this like superficial texture and stuff in there. That's fine once you finish, but like the forms weren't there yet. And I was just saying to him, just be fucking brutal, just like scrub the hell out of it like a child with a crayon. You know, just do everything you can to get all of this stuff like in place, ready, because basically you want to be going into like the body of the sculpt, the majority of the sculpt. You want to be going into it with like, you know, everything kind of where you need it to be as early as possible. Yeah, but you can't afford to do that when you're trying to crank out, you know, like the one you see the model I did yesterday. Let's get the pictures up. So the one I did yet. Oh, where is it now? The sculpt I did on stream yesterday. Oh, here he is. So this guy, yeah, like that whole figure, I started at 10 o'clock in the morning and I finished at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's like four hours start to finish for that whole model. But that's the kind of speed I'm having to like work at to kind of get these things done, to make sure that we can, you know, get things like turned around fast enough, basically. But what should I do on her staff? I want to give her like a little sea theme staff. What kind of things do you think? Yeah, definitely like a little bit of driftwood or something like that as well. Yeah, anyways, other stuff can I put on this stuff? Let's go for a bit of taper. Taper at the bottom, there we go. think it definitely needs some like shell on the end, I think. Let me make a shell. Let me just make a little shell, like a conch. Let's taper it again. So it appears this is quite a difficult thing to actually sculpt, to try and get your head around. Use your mouse, do you? Oh yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I quite like the sound of the mouse, the style of the scratch actually. Tell me if at any point this actually starts looking like a seashell. Oh, it does look like a seashell. It's like, it feels wrong to me, and I don't know why. Yeah, that braid would be a pig to try and do with a stylus, wouldn't it? There's times I use the mouse when I'm sculpting, and it's mostly when I'm doing like the prep at the end, getting ready to export the files. I'm doing all that kind of stuff. That tends to be mouse work for me. Shopify really winds me up, you know. I'm sitting here and if I've got my phone loud, I'll be sitting there on the sofa and you hear this ching noise. And it's like, ooh, somebody's bought something off the web shop. Except on my web store, all the free products are listed as products, which means that somebody goes and buys something, but they buy something that's like one of my free products. I say buy it, obviously they're not paying any money. And then it still rings up like a sale. So you're going to get that, oh, somebody's bought something, let's go and see what they bought. Oh, it's a zero value order with just people buying just the freebies. Fantastic. But I can't seem to turn off the notifications to tell Shopify, only notify me if there's any like money involved. Sometimes it'll scare the hell out of us because we'll have the volume up so loud on my phone. It is, yeah. It's like that whole thing, you know, when you're a little kid and it's like, I've got you a present, oh, it's closed. Yeah, real, thank you. I feel like I'm about to start making my life harder this. What did you get for your lunch, Aid? I thought you said you were going off to get food, sorry. Sandwiches. Bloody spikes. Oh, you found one in the end. Oh, God. You got to spend a whole year to save up for it. Won't it be out of date and redundant by then? You'll have a new one to get. Or is that your plan? It's like procrastination saving. What's a big curved one as well? One to rule them all. 57-inch, Jesus Christ, man. See, the thing with me is I'm too practical. So like when it comes to things like monitors and stuff, I never look at bigger is better, and that kind of never plays into my brain. It's always a case of like practicality. So like, you know, this is my gaming area, this is my workspace. What will fit? You know what I mean? Like the TV in our living room, it's like a 42-inch TV. I'll never go bigger than that because 42-inch fits the room. If I put a 56 or 57-inch TV in our living room, it'll look like a home theatre rather than a living room. So we've got to be like a little bit practical about how we. Yeah, that's it. But like I say, from my point of view, this is like I can't ever get into that mindset of kind of like say looking at the bigger monitors and kind of all that kind of business, because none of that stuff really bothers me. It's more about like I know like if our TV ever breaks and I need to go and get a new one, I won't go looking for like the best one on the market. I'm going to find like a smart TV that fits the space, and that'll be my requirements met then, do you know what I mean? I'm quite chill in that respect, I suppose. But I mean, if you use your what do you call it, your wind down time and stuff like for watching films and playing games and stuff like that, yeah, I get you'd want the something that you can enjoy on in the best way possible, if you like. I'm not unsympathetic towards the Ambilight. Yeah, I don't even know what Ambilight is. Dude, that's like an animal. I'll tell you that is. That's a monitor and a half, that is. Whoa, £2.5 nearly. We save £100 and trade in your old one. The Ambilight, is it projecting? Is it projecting back onto the wall as well? Is it? That's a nice little feature, actually. Oh, do you know? It's a shame they never really kind of caught on and never really did anything with it. But do you remember the Xbox 360 Connect? And they had a projector that went with it. And it projected across your room, but it was like a 3D scanner and projector. So like say it was snowing in the game or whatever it is, you'd have snow falling in your room using this projector. And you'd have like snow settling on top of your table and like on top of like your cupboards and on top of your TV and stuff like that because of this projector in there. But they never caught on for whatever reason. What's sim racing? Do you have like the whole racing chair kind of arrangement as well? Oh no. Gutted bunker. Oh, excuse me, guys. Hey, are you still using the AI stuff for your for getting your concepts done? Do you know, I saw something interesting on AI the other day, and apparently they can they've made it implode a little bit now, because basically AI was fed originally. Hey XCat, how you doing? AI art was originally fed by human art. So human art was created, the AI scanned it, copied it, and then learnt from it in inverted commas, and then created its own stuff. But there's now so much AI generated art on the internet that it's scanning AI generated art, and like if you start feeding AI generated stuff into the AI algorithms, it starts to kind of produce complete nonsense. And there was a thing about like the Chat GPT where you're writing like content and things like that, and they trained it entirely just on AI stuff, and it just kind of imploded, and it just started like spouting complete drivel about some completely irrelevant stuff. So, how are you doing today, XCat? Anyway, you keeping well? Well, yeah, exactly. You know, they've got to. I think if they provided you with an AI model and then said, right, you load your stuff into it, you take responsibility for training this thing. If you train it on copyrighted material and it produces stuff that is like in breach of copyright thing, then it's on you. But here's the tools to do what you need to do with it. And then as an artist or as a company, hey Kev, how you doing, matey? As an artist or as a company, you can turn around and say, actually, you know what? We've got a lot of artwork, we've been producing all this stuff. Let's train it and show what we need, and get content that is tailored to us. And then anybody who's using it illicitly can kind of go, you know, for. Yeah, absolutely, mate. You do the same thing. You go online, you look for inspiration, you find ideas, and you do the same kind of thing. I think the issue was that the AI thing isn't taking credit for any of that. It isn't accountable for it. Thank you for the shout out for Kev Bunker. How's the streaming going, Kev? Put some little starfish or something on here, I think, maybe as well. Get a bit of a rough texture to this. What are you doing next, Cat? You want to share any of your artwork? If you're in our Discord server, we've got like places you can post it all and stuff if you want to go and post it all up, man. $200 followers, Kev. Great stuff, mate. Great stuff. And XCat, you are right there, actually. AI can't be inspired because it can't think, it can't create. Well, I say can't create. It clearly can create, but it's not creating anything unique, is it? It's not creating anything like original. Like I say, humans. So you have to build up a library in your brain, don't you, of like things, so that you understand and you know form and shape and whatever else. It's like somebody turns around to me and says, draw a helicopter. I'm not going to be able to do a helicopter without physically pulling image reference offline and copying it and training it and all that kind of stuff. So Yeah, no worries. That's okay. You can still post into the. You can post it straight into the chat here if you want. If you got links you can put up. If you want to share anything, you can show it off here. Keep a little bit of that texture in. Yeah, until it implodes, mate. I say if it keeps going as it is, and the volume of artwork on the internet becomes vastly vastly AI generated, or in terms of its volume or whatever. Yeah, I think I'm maxed out on on servers in terms of what I can physically participate in. So I don't know whether that's where where we're going with this one. Trying to get the link there, and it's moved. Oh, so there is actually a physical limit then. Let's have a little look. Dragon Khan, let's have a look. X-Cat Darkness. Nice. I do like these landscapes, these cityscapes and stuff. That one's cool. But that must take you some time. Right, you go like was it like a near future sci-fi type thing, or? Oh, so like a little floating island as well. Top left's your most recent, this one. Cool. Getting vibes of Venom out of that one. This one, I don't know why, it's making me think of Appleseed. I like that one. I'm loving all this business here. Oh, nice, got some little D&D bits going on. Very cool, X-Cat, very cool. I'm going to minimise that. I'll log in and give you a like that. I'll give you a follow. Right, let's get this bloody stick. Always enjoy a bit of art. I was trying to do a bit of drawing myself the other night to so I got me Surface Pro 9. The sculpting can be a little bit tricky in there. Trying to do any sculpting on it can be a little bit hard work sometimes, because it's got no keys or anything like that. You've got to use the shortcut keys, so you have to use a separate keyboard. So if I can sit at a table, I'm alright. But if I can't sit at a table, I have to I can't really do Zbrush sculpting if I'm not sat down. I bought a little, it's this little weird thing. There's like 6 buttons, 6 keys that you can program to say what the keys are. So I've got a little set of shortcut keys and it's like little device that I can plug in, and that works great. But I still feel like sometimes I need more than the 6. You can get around it using like the controls and stuff on Zbrush on the interface and stuff, but it means you've got to kind of change your workflow then, going from one device to another, which obviously is difficult. Let's do. The Cintiq Companion I used, and it was good. The problem I had with the Cintiq Companion was it died. Yeah, the Cintiq Companion 2 that I had was a brilliant tablet, great for sculpting, because it got all the keys down the side, the shortcuts and stuff. It did everything you needed it to. You could just get on and just work. The downside to it was that when mine died, they had completely stopped supporting it at all. There was literally no way of getting it fixed or anything else. I'll show you the thing I've got actually. It's a simple little thing, but it's can't remember what I searched for now. Just check my purchase history and I'll show you the thing. There you go. This thing. So it's just like a little mini. Yeah, mobile studio's not cheap, man. Ah, Stream Deck. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I wanted something that was particularly like small that I could stick into the laptop bag. So if I've got like a little sleeve for it to go into. So my thinking is, if I take it on holiday or go to like a cafe or something, I can still work on stuff. Tartarus, what's that? I'm a Greek god. There you go. So yeah, I think I paid about that much for mine when I bought the Cintiq Companion kind of a while back. It's a good bit of kit, but like I say, the whole it is expensive. I mean, you can get the 13 for less, but obviously you want a bigger screen ideally, don't you? So this is the 16, which is like the biggest screen I do. I mean, is it the biggest one? Not Pen Computers. Yeah, Mobile Studio 16 off 13. Portable number, I don't know, to be honest, Aid. It was more, I mean, what I wanted was like customizable keys. and I was just searching for that, and that was what I found. So it just kind of did the job. Do you know what I mean? There you go, while Zbrush is hanging on me, let's have a little look at what you got. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, it is programmable. Yeah, I mean, it might be quite useful then, to be honest. If I need more keys, I'll have to look at something like that, I think, then, but... Right then. Guys, I'm just going to pop you on a BRB. Give you a chance to go and buy something at my shop. Yeah, you have... I've got to go and make a poor man's sandwich yet, mate. I've got to... I don't think I've got any peanut butter or nothing in the house at the moment. Might have a bit of ham or something, but I'm going to go and grab myself a brew and a little bite to eat, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. So, in the meantime, go and have a little mooch at my web store. Feel free to go and buy something. Don't go on there and just buy the free stuff, because that'll just wind me up when I get all the notifications come through on my phone. Ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. £0, £0, £0. So, yeah. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Don't go away. Thank you, Bonker. Alright, see you in a minute, guys. Yeah, free STLs to download, mate. So I've got a few products at a zero price if you go on there and have the free. Yeah, free STLs. You can go on and download them. But the problem is when you buy them, you add them to your basket. You buy them like a product, but it's just £0. And I get a sales notification saying that new sale, and they're always £0. So there's like, you get all excited about it. It's like, right, yeah, it's one of them again. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. Don't go away. Okay guys, we're back now. Let's get this stuff done. That's my glove. Right, this is when you guys get to witness me being a pedestrian pleb again. I'm not, no. No, I've never been into Doctor Who. No, I'm too critical. I'm not a fan of the special effects. I did a test sculpt actually for Warlord Games, going back a while now, and they had the license to do Doctor Who. I don't know if they're still doing it or not actually, but they made some of the models, and they gave me I want to say his name was Carla Tech. He's like a cyborg gunslinger. Concept sounded really cool, and they sent me the BBC kind of like library stock photos of the character, and they wanted me to do a test sculpt of the guy, and I thought, here we go, that's how it sounds like a decent little bit of something to keep me interested, keep me busy. And when I sat down and looked at it, it was bloody awful. The character was literally got all these like bionic parts, and I could see bits off vacuums and everything on them. Like literally vacuum cleaner hoses, filters, like knobs and dials off toasters and stuff like that. Like it's kind of like you've got an international audience. You know, spend a bit of money on your bloody special effects. But no, it's never been something that's like captured my attention. I think it's like, you know, when you're growing up, sometimes like if your parents are into something, it kind of like rubs off a little bit. It's like my dad was never into Doctor Who, but he did like his Star Trek. Star Trek and Stargate, my dad used to like. No, Carla Tech was a recent one, wasn't it? Wasn't he a more... I don't know who the Doctor Who was at the time. I want to say it was like, it's got to be like David Tennant or something like that. The photos seem too modern for it to have been like a really old one. Yeah, I like Stargate as well. I like the TV series they did. A lot of films as well. The films are though, because it's all rooted in the old ancient aliens thing, isn't it? As well. Hey Kimmer, how you doing? Just turned up in time to watch me making a rope in the most pedestrian way possible. Spelling of what, sorry? Freezing. Do you know what? Let me find a picture. This guy. So it was like these kind of photos, like when you start looking into the arm here, like this is a vacuum cleaner hose at the back. It's been a while since I looked at it now, but like everything was really kind of, you know, yeah, him. I don't know what series it was from. Also, I don't think it was too old. What are you doing, Kim? Are you wearing a wearable blanket, fleece track pants, fleece lined socks, and slippers on top? Do you know, I'm cold in my office at the moment. I've got the heating on. It says it's 26 degrees in here. It bloody isn't. There's no way it's 26 degrees. It's about 19 degrees, I think. What does that say 26 for? It's about 19 degrees in my office, but like at low level, it's colder. So I've got my feet on a beanbag with a blanket on. That was a Matt Smith one, was it? I've just reduced the size of my office by about a third as well by putting up a partition to separate out the 3D printing area from the actual office space. So my office is now smaller, but it's cosier because of that. Right, so today we're making a Sahugin, whatever we call them, priestess. So it's like a fish lady. I don't know why I said it weird. A fish lady. So your building hasn't turned the heat on yet. Are you at work, Kim, or are you at home then? You can't be at work, can you, in a wearable blanket and track pants? Do you have like a living like an apartment where they've got like a central central heating type thing across the whole building then? Where do you live, Kimmer? Have you got like a snow warning going on? I think we've got snow actually, like pending for this week. Kids are looking forward to a snow day on Thursday. gonna get one of these oil-filled radiators. You know, I've got one in my office, and they're great. Just set the temperature on it, and just let it go. And it just does a really good job of keeping the room warm without having to like go over the top on the costs. Oh, do you know? I know XCat. I just prefer doing it all by hand. It's just how I've always done it. But I prefer it to doing like, because I know I can use like a rope tool. But I genuinely do prefer like just actually physically just getting stuck in the sculpting stuff. Like even though you got Zbrush with all these like powerful kind of features it offers and stuff like that. You know, I'm a traditional sculptor at the end of the day. Like when I started sculpting, I was sculpting what do we call them now? I was sculpting in like green stuff, like polymer clay, epoxy putties and stuff. I started sculpting miniatures like in that material like long before. Yeah, you don't need to do anything clever, do you? You can just do things with the basic, simple, like basic tools. What am I looking for now? I don't remember. This is what I'm looking for. Muscles on a rope. Yeah, not those kind of muscles, Kimmer. Yeah, if you know, it's like the way I sculpt. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time now. Not like this literal model, but like, you know, sculpting generally. And you kind of get used to certain techniques and certain workflows. And I think when you get really kind of zoned in on it, you can become quite efficient, even though it seems quite simple and quite, you know, backwards and whatever to some people. You can create quite an efficient workflow and turn things around quite quickly. It's like I was on the stream yesterday from 10 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, and I completely sculpted a pirate captain. And I say he was started and finished on stream within like a 4-hour window. Right, I need to. Yeah, it's quite difficult to turn it on and off as well, isn't it? The whole creativity thing. When you're in the mood, you've got to just embrace it and just get on with it. It's one of those things. It's quite difficult to make yourself be creative if you're not already, if you're not feeling it. I want to get something in that gap there to close the gap between the body and the. It's going really well actually, Kimmer. We're Max is just trying out at the moment some cool AI rules. So I've got to sculpt some slimes or blobs or whatever we're going to call them, because he's got a little slime hunter scenario he wants to include. But yeah, we've got the characters are going really well. I've just finished sculpting Roland last night. In fact, let me just show you. Nobody's seen this actually, apart from Max. I haven't spoken to him today actually. Here's Roland from Crystal Collapse. The new character was sculpted yesterday. So he's Kingdom of Basalia. Oh, come on. You're slacking up. There we go. Here's my pirate from yesterday's stream as well. Oh, and a couple of previews. Well, I won't say previews. A couple of pictures of the new models that we did recently. So we've got Gil, big cat dude. He's a berserker. We've got Goblin Slayer in the middle, and then we've got Taro on the right. Oh, this is so like laggy. There's Goblin Slayer. And little Taro, the little alchemist, like a little pig dragon goblin elephant thing with a giant potion bottle on his back. So they're the newest additions. Oh, and this as well. I'll show you this one. So Max has come up. Ignore the tomatoes. Max has come up with this wonderful box for the game to go into. So it's got various different tray inserts and things like that. We're going to be selling it as a flat pack, as a deluxe edition. But basically, it's got trays inside that basically fit inside the box, and it like sits on the shelf and looks like a book, basically. Is that it? Well, I might show you Max's thing. This.
So da, die magische Box ist fertig.
Oh no, this is Max's one. This is Oh, this is Max's video. I'm going to show you this because it had me in stitches, right?
Yeah, hello. Maybe you are interesting buying Crystal Collapse, and you have seen that we are selling the game in that stupid boxes, so no chance to buy the game in that box. So for anyone that have a little bit of style in her life, we have this Crystal Collapse Tactical Tabletop Wargame Special Collection book. It's a box designed like a book, it's made on wood, and it's anything you need to store your game inside. Let's take a look inside. You can put it out, it's a little bit tricky with one hand. And then you have the rule book with our incredible art on the front. You have a reference sheet where you can have reference by playing the game. So anything you need, you will find there. Then of course you have the playing field as a poster. It's folded. Then next you get this really cool MDF token sheet. There are all tokens you need to play, made by white MDF. All of it is laser graved, it's wooden, and it's a higher quality than you have on paper stuff. It's better. Next to them you have these two sheets with MDF terrain. You will see there. It's anything you need to start the game. You have 1, 2, 3 of the elevations for the high attacks, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4 small boxes that are high. You can use them as blockable terrain or implementing by building your own terrain. So then this fun goes on and on. Of course, now that to open that, put it like here. It's a little bit tricky with one hand. And you can open it, and then we will find some dices to play. Of course, 2 poker card decks. You need them to play. Profile cards for playing the game. And here we have a really cool thing for you. If you open that, you see there's space to store all the miniatures. You can put inside the miniatures to play and go out on the tabletop club to play some couple of great Crystal Collapse games.
Right, so there you go, guys. There's a little preview. So that wasn't actually done for any public consumption. That was just Max showing off all the stuff for me. So, but it just made me laugh. He always makes me laugh, Max does. So yeah, we're publishing it ourselves. We're not doing any kind of manufacturing or anything on it in China or any of that kind of business. So we're going to be putting the game up for pre-order shortly. I've just got one more model to finish, and then we've got to get some painting done, and then it's just promo material and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the whole thing is going to be self-published. We've been working on it for about 2 years, I would say, possibly a little bit longer. I think we've probably been talking about it for 3, but actually physically working on it for like 2. But it's been a bit of a funny one because Max has been working on Nanolith with Woodpecker Games. What we found is it's been quite like they did do Chinese production on that. We've actually got we've actually got a guy called Vong who's working with us on it. And he's got all the experience and knowledge and equipment and stuff to do some really good videos. So he's helping to do the marketing side of things, and like professional layout and stuff. I mean, the quality of the book and everything else at the moment is just looking amazing. But yeah, we're gonna have a short like video of the game, kind of giving you a rundown on what's in the box and what you get and all that kind of stuff, but also what do we call it? Like a little bit of gameplay as well, some gameplay videos. I think that's important, isn't it? When you're selling a game, you've got to show the game. There's no point in trying to make a game and sell it and then kind of not actually show anybody what it is. So but yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to kind of announce that it's actually ready to go. I feel like we're very nearly there now. It's like Max has got the capabilities and capacity to do all of like the wood, the laser cutting stuff. Yeah, I mean we have got it on Tabletop Simulator, but we wanted to send physical sets out to people. So I've been running off loads of copies of the models. So we've got like a big I've got a big box load out the back of miniatures that I've printed for it, ready to go. And we just got to get the book. The catch for us at the moment is the book is in German. Like all the cards and everything are all German. Because Max, obviously, if you didn't notice, is German. And we're going to be publishing a German edition and an English edition, and then also possibly a French edition. AD, I don't get the reference, I'm sorry, mate. So yeah, so we've got all these different editions of the game ready to go. I see what's going on. But we're just in the process at the moment of getting the book, getting all the books and the cards and everything else translated from German into English. So once we've got that first pass done, the next step will be to get basically for me and Hayley to go over it and just check it for fluency. So obviously it'll be an English translation of a German book, but it might not read fluently, if that makes sense. So obviously we know that there's things don't necessarily always translate 100%, do they? Like Max has been explaining to me, like in German they've got certain things have just got a word, and we don't really have, in English we don't really have a word for things like that. Sometimes we do, but in fact I think he was quite surprised the other day because he was trying to explain to me that they got a word for fugitive. That's somebody who's running from the law, running from the police. And we had this discussion about it, and once I figured out what he was trying to say, I was like, oh yeah, we've got a word for that as well, it's fugitive. And he didn't realise that word existed in English. So we've had this a few times where you realise that there's the way the language works on the face of it can be quite different, but sometimes it's not as different as you think it's going to be. So that can lead to a few difficulties in doing a proper translation. So we don't want it to just be a Google Translate kind of thing, do you know what I mean? So 78 games this year, crikey. Well, that's some good going. Do you know what? I need to get you on Crystal Collapse and see if you can liken it to anything you played before them. I think the feedback we've had from people who have played it's been very, very good. Like Max has been sharing the feedback with me, and it's amazing to see. Oh, XCat, I know, man. There was a website, it's probably horrendously racist now, but there was a website years ago and it was called chinglish.com. And it was, the whole point of the website was, it was just where you'd got signs and things like that and translations from a language into English that had come across completely wrong. And I think one of my favourite ones was the, I think it's, I want to say it's Cantonese. It's contextual, isn't it? So the language is contextual, and depending upon the situation you're in, the circumstances you're in, dictates the actual meaning of the word. And obviously, when you're dealing with an automatic translator, that's going to be quite difficult to deal with because it doesn't have context to the of the kind of the way the word's being used necessarily. And there was a thing where it was quite a few Chinese mountains, just reading the mountain, quite a few Chinese menus had things like deep fried shit balls on the menu, and it was something to do with the word for shit and the word for chicken are the same, and it's only context that differentiates them. And I believe the word for strawberries has got other kind of very kind of aggressive alternate uses. So, and it's a very similar word or something at least. But yeah, there's this whole thing going on like that. And this website was just built around that. Let's see if we can sort this stuff out now. I still feel like it needs like a little starfish or something, but I'll leave that off for now because time's ticking. Let me just save this stuff out. Component library. Weapons. Stuffs and staves. Ocean stuff. Oh, do you know, some of my favourite ones are when they get the tattoos. Like English-speaking people getting, like, you know, Japanese tattoos, Japanese kanji on the tattoos and stuff. I mean, that could be hilarious, can't it? Yeah, you're not wrong there. Laughing at other people's mistakes and misfortunes is always some of the funniest stuff, isn't it? Anywhere in particular, Raid? Oh, you tosser. Zbrush, you absolute spad rocket. What's the problem? Yes, I know it was. Thank you. Cheers, Bunker. Very luckily, I'd only just saved just before it crashed, so no losses, just the annoyance of it. Yeah, there is. Yeah, Bunker made me set up a very loud exclamation kind of sound effect so that he could scare the shit out of me and remind me to save it occasionally. Oh, you prick. Right, clearly doesn't like that insert mesh. Shit goblin. What, stop crashing you at the last gremlin. Right. $189 board games. Is that physical ones or are they on a tabletop simulator, Kimmer? Because you must live in a massive house if you've got 189 board games. All physical. No worries, mate. Is that your bathroom getting done, is it? Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the stuff in my sculpt library. It just makes me laugh. Like, we come down here. I've just seen a attack rabbit in there, attack bunny, which I know is Bunker's rabbit. And then just underneath that, got dog skull, zombie head, wolf head, vegetable radishes, bat wings, belt knot, snake head, barn owl, Cossack sabre, bird skull. A load of Greek weapons I made. That's it's not even bloody alphabetical. That's why I'm struggling with it. Got a 5x5 IKEA Kallax and it's full. Some of these games must be quite small then, because I'd imagine 200 games would fill 4 of them, wouldn't they? I've got the... I need to get rid of it, because I don't play it. I've got the Call Me or Nots. What's it called now? The Marvel one with the chibi models. Marvel Heroes Unite, Avengers United or something like that. Bunker, make sure you leave your toilet, mate. Right, hands. What spear grip should do the job? Yeah, so the Marvel United, I've got that. And it was the Kickstarter edition with all of the stretch goals and stuff. And it was the all-in, and that one game takes up 2 of the Kallax shelves, boxes, the cubes in full, plus this massive, great big roll-up of a map kind of thing. So just too much game. It just takes up too much space. We don't play it enough to kind of get any use out of it. So I need to shift it and get rid really. But how the hell do you sell? You know, how much will I even sell it for? It's like probably cost me a sharp end of about 400 quid by the time I paid for all the shipping and the like the taxes and stuff on it. Want to know where to sell it, how much for? I mean, I've contemplated breaking it down into sorry, Bunker. Yeah, the game itself is more all the Kickstarter exclusive stuff that you can't get anymore. Do you know what I mean? I know the game itself's it's still available. It's not worth a ton of money, but so now you can break it down and sell the individual characters, the stretch goal add-ons and stuff. But I think that's where the resale value comes in, isn't it? All the Kickstarter exclusive stuff that never got released later. Let's copy that hand. Let's find this little... oh. The website, yeah. On my phone, I usually get like a little sale notification. So I get the. Is this you buying some stuff? Yeah. Thank you very much. I bought some rats. They're good rats as well. I use them all the time. I do. Load them onto bases. I always print them out and throw them into people's orders as freebies sometimes. I've got a load spare. The skeleton rats are the real tricky ones though. But very much appreciated, yeah, thank you. Come on. What are you doing? Need to take the do you know what, they don't always come off in one piece, but it's generally passable anyway. You tried printing them yourself, have you? They're not easy. See your shelf come up. So Kimmer, is there a point when you kind of sit and go, I think I've got a problem? Wow, check that out. That is impressive. And even better, I don't see a copy of Monopoly anywhere. Do you know, yeah, that's exactly the same thing I just thought as well. That beast one's catching my eye. Have you ever pledged to have like a clear out and get rid of some? Or you're not interested? My God, you actually did a call. We always end up playing games at like Christmas and stuff with the family. Like mother-in-law and sister-in-law and that. And they've got terrible tasting games. It all comes down to these kind of games where who can shout the loudest. And then they all love like Monopoly and Cluedo. It's like better games have been made since the 80s, you know, get over them. So what's your favourite one, Kimmer? I've not heard that one. What is that one? Hey, do you need to give us context, man? Where are you? Where are you and why do people suddenly stink? Oh, for chuff's sake. I used to at work and people stinking. What is wrong? What is it about this particular model that Zbrush is not liking today? Yeah, I suppose the more you play, the more... Again, we're talking about inspiration again, aren't we? As we were earlier. The more kind of inspiration you got to draw down on. And obviously that means that you can produce a better product in the end yourself, can't you? Ah, shit, what was this called now? Elsong Tavern, wasn't it? My favourite one, I think, to play is Zombicide, actually. 2nd edition. I like that one because Jacob likes it as well, so it's something we can play together. I mean, he learned it super fast as well, and he's really good at teaching other people how to play it. The 2nd edition one was the one with they changed the minis in there, and they added I think they added the red thingy bits, character card sheets. Don't know if they had changed any mechanics or anything like that. The matcha latte tastes like sewer water mixed with milk. 10 out of 10. What's that stuff my mum... My mum started drinking some weird stuff now. So she was doing all her kombucha. She all like fermented fruit and vegetables and stuff, and that's bad enough. But then she's got this other weird stuff now, and I don't even know what it's called. She had a fridge full of it, and she was like, "Yeah, I try this," and it was I ain't even joking when I tell you it tasted like vomit mixed with sewage. It was the most disgusting thing. It's like, oh, it's really nice once you get used to it. It's like, I don't want to get used to this horrible shit. It's disgusting. It's like, it's not nice. It's like there's so many nicer things to eat and drink. Why would you even like entertain this stuff? Clearly, she thinks it's got health benefits or something like that. Oh my fucking god. Zbrush, you tosser, you're killing me, man. Yeah, have you tried Drambuie? Or Glavia? Drambuie. Oh, that stuff is nice, man. Really nice. For me, I always have it half and half, with half a nice whiskey and half yeah, this stuff. That stuff's amazing. The 15-year aged one's really nice. Basically, it's here you go, a blend of Scotch whiskey, heather honey, and some. Basically, it's sod off. It's when you pour it into the glass, it lines the glass. It's like a syrup almost. There you go. A golden coloured 40% liquor made from Scotch whiskey, heather honey, herbs and spices. It's got real kind of what they call it, all the floral note. Yeah, you definitely don't mix this stuff. This is drink it neat with a nugget of ice. That there, the rusty nail is amazing. That's my favourite drink, bar none. That is, and it's literally just half Drambuie, half Scotch whiskey, and then a good twist of lime over ice. It's the best. But they do Glavia. There you go, Glavia, this stuff. They do this as well, and it's a very similar kind of thing. So basically, it's honey and spices and herbs with a whiskey. Imagine like a whiskey mead, I suppose is a way of kind of explaining it. Sambuca. Yeah, it's not nice to do that stuff. Irish Mist. That's the that's like the supermarket knockoff of Bailey's, isn't it? Sambuca's the most British alcohol there is. Sambuca's Greek, isn't it? Or Irish Mist. Oh, do you know what? I think I know the one you mean, actually. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah, it's a similar kind of thing, I think. It's not quite as luxurious as Drambuie, if I remember right. It's a bit thinner. So you have a glass of Drambuie, you'll see it like line the glass. I still want to get myself a like a mead making setup, a mead making kit. Right, it's got to be this body. The body's got to be the problem. So I'm going to just try and dynamesh it and see if I can fix any whatever problem it is. Fuck's sake. Literally any time I do anything with this body, it's just shitting out on me. Right, so I know the body's the problem, which is one thing. Right, if I merge visible. Okay. I think I can work on it now because I've removed it from the original corrupted subtool. It shouldn't have taken me as long as it has. It's just, you know, those days Zbrush is just a complete shit giblet and you just can't get anything done. Today is one of them. Did it crash often on you when you were doing it? Hey, that's the golden question now there, mate. Lots of time and dedication, I think, is the answer. Plus some badass curve brushes. You got more time and patience than I have anyway, because that's like the amount of effort you must have put in to get them to blend as smoothly as they have. Oh, all day long. I mean, have a look and see what people are charging for like relatively comparative type things. You know, look at hair braid brushes and stuff and just see what people are charging for that. What you've done there is quite niche, but it's got, like, as we were saying the other day, like, you know, some of them actually look quite snake-like. So there's some multi-purpose uses for some of them. But because it's quite a niche thing, when people want to buy it, they'll probably pay for it, you know what I mean? So you could probably get away with charging a bit more than you would normally. Hey, do you know I'd be doing stuff like that in Zbrush as well? There's no way I'd be going out to Blender or Maya or nothing like that. I'd be Zbrushing it all the way. Not because it's the best tool for the job, because I'm bloody minded and that's what I've got available to me and that's what I prefer to use. Oh. Oh, Zbrush is missing tons of stuff like that, but these kind of brushes aren't the kind of things I typically use. They're not the kind of thing I'd really go off and try and do, but right. It is indeed. Yeah, do you know, I really wish that you could name a tool, not just the subtools. I want to name the whole tool up here, and I want to be able to drag and drop and move these to suit me, because this is like one of these things where I lose control of what's going on when I'm dealing in bigger files, and I feel like it's avoidable if they just gave us some kind of actual means of ordering stuff. No, I know it does that, but it's the tool that it creates up here is literally whatever. Like here it says extract 2. If I click on extract 3, the name on here changes to extract 3, so it doesn't matter how many tools I've got in here, it's only ever named whatever is the active tool. And I want this to say Ashala Sargin Priestess or something like that, so I can look at it and go, ah, that's the character, that's the piece I need. It doesn't matter which tool I've got selected, I should be able to look at that and know that that's the one I want. Cheers, Bonka. I haven't got any other work to do today really, so I'm just going to carry on this for about another half an hour or so, as it kept crashing out on me and I've not managed to finish. Right, so she needs a fishing net cloak. That's going to be a fun one to make. I do not really know what to do with this. Obviously I know I'm making a net, but I also got to make it printable and paintable, which means it's going to end up being solid, which runs the risk of not looking like a net. Okay, right. Gonna do this the hard way again. Oh, you got snow now. Brilliant, yeah. You have fun in the snow. And I look forward to seeing your progress later. Have fun and make sure you wrap up warm. Oh yeah, and snow picks too. Yeah, about Thursday, isn't it, Bunker? Look on the little weather forecast button here. It says we're on about 6 degrees outside at the moment. What's this change? This is different here. I mean, it's cold. Definitely cold. -4, -2, -3. Yeah, we definitely had some snow in the forecast before. Looks like that's gone now. That's a shame. The kids were looking forward to not having to go to school on Thursday, to be honest. Well, we actually do get some because it's well, I haven't got to go out and drive in it, so it's all right for me. But we didn't have any proper snow last year, did we? So kids have missed out a little bit. Actually, there's like loads of seaweed in this cloak, I think, and then I can use the seaweed to help create more of a solid appearance, especially on the lining, maybe, I think. Well, let's try and make something that looks a little bit like seaweed. Cheers, Bonko. Put a few bits of this in the cape here, and then we're going to go for like some, is it kelp, what's the stuff that's like bubbly? It's if I take the car down there, it's like 2 minutes, mate. So it's on our road, so yeah, we're not far away. There's no buses or none of that business. Even walking, it's like 10 minutes walk for me. 15 for the wife because she got little legs. Trying to find some good pictures of some seaweed. What's up, Paige? You struggling? Time to get some chocolate in your belly. Come on. It's like loading about 10 images and then it's not giving me anything else. Yeah, the older you get, the more it hits you as well. Oop. Whoa. What? Oh, have any of you watched the Suicide Squad movie? With the giant starfish bad guy. Bloody ridiculous. Cheers, Bunker. I love the way you opted for 35 pass, not 25-2. Ah, you know me. It's Tinker Dan, innit? Well, a happy accent. Let's go with that though. God, this is one busy model, man, but I'm liking it. Right, I do need to clock off now. I haven't got time to finish it today. I'm going to have to knock it on the head, but I'm not going to have time to do a raid out either, because as Bunker was pointing out, I'm pushing it and pushing it and pushing it to the limit. I'll come back and do some more on Ashala tomorrow. Possibly a bit later on. And I'll post some updates on the Discord. Now remember, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow because I've got to go and take my sister's birthday presents over and go and see her. So I'll be off tomorrow. I might be back on Thursday. We'll see how Thursday goes. So guys, everybody who's joined me today, everybody who's joined in the conversation, kept me company and kept me laughing, giving us lots of topics to talk about. Thank you all very much. And yeah, hopefully we'll get this this lovely lady finished soon. And yeah, let's just save it before we go. Right, take care everybody, and I'll catch up with you later. Thank you all later. Thanks for your time checks, Bunker. Adios, mate. Have a good one. See you all later. Later, taters. Bye bye.